chain of command, you use him over and over again, and you erase his name if he ever gets written down anywhere. Oswald is just an assassin. And America has had many assassins that took swipes at presidents. That he's not that distinct, except that he took like a really far shot, which was impressive, and really just killed the guy, and it was a fairly successful assassination attempt.
Do you think it was Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
I also think there's a good chance that one of the Secret Service, one of the cops there accidentally fired at somebody. I think someone accidentally also got shot in the crossfire.
Often the guy who shot who was it? Was it tried to open fire on Reagan? One of my classmates was her dad was in the Secret Service at the time, and he basically they came in for an hour to tell us about what they do in the Secret Service, and it's really super cool. We're in grade school, and he had said that on that day the formation that they were supposed to be how they were supposed to be surrounding that president was not not every man was in place, and so this guy just so happened to open fire when he kind of had he was lucky. He was able to pull out a firearm and do it just because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. Anyway, shit happens.
I'll tell you what it is. Obviously, I'm willing to give them a chance to rectify themselves, but I will say the official US narrative typically is a little it's just a little shady, you know what I mean? It just seems a little shady, you know what I mean? Down to all the way back
as opposed to the English narrative.
No, I'm saying down to what we were talking about Vietnam.
בחוץ אנחנו אריות, בבית נמרים הולכים מתחת לשולחן. אבל האמת היא שגם בבית לא צריכים ללכת על ביצים. והרבה גברים נוהגים לשקר שקרים קטנים, לשמור על שקט תעשייתי, נהיים פוליטיקאים, מעגלים פינות וכו' וכו' וכו'. אתם יודעים, אנשים מרגישים, גם הנשים שלנו מרגישות, זה כמו איזה פוליגרף אנושי כזה, ומרגישות שאנחנו משקרים להם. ואין פה אמון. אז עשית איזשהו צעד לא נכון, צעד כלכלי, או אז אתה מתבייש, מפחד להגיד לא. אתה לא ילד שמפחד מאמא שלו. אנחנו לא ילדים שמפחדים מאמא שלהם. אנחנו צריכים להיות גבר ולעמוד, ובאמת להודות בטעויות שלנו, ולהגיד וואלה פישלתי, וואלה אני מפחד. זה לא חולשה, נהפוך הוא, זה חוזקה. ברגע שאנחנו מורידים את המסכה ומפסיקים לחרטט את האישה, היא תסמוך עליך בעיניים עצומות, היא תרגיש את זה, שאתה בן אדם אמיתי, שאתה מדבר איתה לב אל לב. אז המשימה שלנו להשבוע זה להפסיק להסתתר, את הטלפון על השולחן, הלב על השולחן, בלי קודים ובלי סודות. אמון. להיות אמיתיים, להיות גברים אמיתיים, ולא להיות ילד של אמא.
bear.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I guess according to your previous statement, there is that
even against a tyrannical
I mean,
dictator
they
that's
are a
oppressing his
nuclear-
citizens.
They are a nuclear threat, but it's
They're all kinds of threat. More than North
widely known
Korea.
that they're militarily just a conventional war, not nuclear war. I mean, Europe alone would be able to steamroll them. You know, they have a very poorly trained military. Very
Steamroll them
outdated
and
shit.
do what?
Well, that's the thing.
Abandon the territory during the mud season they have over there?
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody wants to stay there, clearly. But in other words,
Great, so we're leaving it with the crazy tyrant. What do you do now?
Well, yeah, but of course the nuclear, he can obviously cause a lot of hurt.
Hey, he's never going to do that. We all know that.
Yeah. Okay.
If his life was on the line, we don't know what kind of fight.
That's fair.
But this is what
I'm not gonna gamble down.
I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. There's no honor among thieves. The guy's been stealing from the world and his countrymen for years. You really think he's not going to just press a button out of spite?
Yeah.
We're not sure about it.
He
But
would.
he needs to be resisted and deterred. There isn't any question about this. He is testing us, and we need to respond with equal force. If he's being subversive, if he's sabotaging the electrical grid, then we need to do that back to him. If he's got spy boats off the coast of Britain like he did 2 weeks ago, then we need to push back against that. Wherever he's pushing, we need to push back harder.
But then,
You want to destabilize the state enough for the people to rise up against and then feel a call for blood.
Not at all, not at all. Although we should definitely be in touch with the elite, because the elite is sick and tired of it. No, what I'm saying is that we should deter him with an equally forceful response. This is what Biden should have done when he had those conversations with Putin in 2022 before the war started. He should let Putin know that we're going to respond in kind.
Hey, El Normo, excuse me, is this a Bolsheviki meeting? What's going on here?
Yeah, Putin can just go fuck himself, really. Like, you don't let people like that dictate
So we should provide security guarantees. If not putting in a NATO security guarantee from Europe and the United States, fine, no problem, okay? But we just need security guarantees.
I mean, after he President Biden revolution, he used to basically have Ukraine as a proxy. He already has Belarus as a proxy.
He's got a bunch of them around him, like Armenia and Georgia, and even Chechnya has been co-opted into his orbit.
And you can't, Kitover.
Yes.
That was the money because he got injected into a zero interest in the Ukrainian invasion that he went over there just to be able to kill the Catholics. It's an internal dispute. He wants to keep control of the people that are, I guess, Russian, and keep that as part of like Greater Russia.
He wants to restore the Russian Empire. He makes no secret of that. It's not bullshit, he says it, because this is the best analysis that we have. I'm looking at it right now.
If Russia was going to invade Ukraine in the first half of
they're going to all just jump on board with it, like in order to have some form of popularity, enough popularity in order to justify a war like this. He's not just going to do it for no reason. Like, the people are not going to be on board with that. Of course he's going to do
They're
that.
not on board, by the way.
I'm saying that the reason that they are to the extent that they are is because he's trying to restore this. I'm agreeing with you, Norm. He's trying to restore this.
I'm not arguing with you either.
No, I'm saying, never mind.
I mean, that country is that country is demographically not only do they have abysmal birth rates, but they have a net migration out of Russia. The young people, there's not much opportunity for them here. And all of the Russians that have any kind of like talent for education, they find opportunities elsewhere.
That's totally right.
And so, like, that was kind of part of the calculus where it was, many people had theorized this could happen, that in the early 2020s, Russia would make a move, because that's where they still have at least enough people, young men that they can, throw into war.
To the big driver. They're hemorrhaging money and talent. And he's broken the economy.
It's like 1 million casualties so far. It's pretty horrendous.
I hear they're even using like North Koreans and stuff.
Yeah, they use tens of thousands of them. It's my understanding they were bleeding out the ethnic minorities first, or a lot of them. They're going into the, further out into Asia, in a lot of the small places, and rounding up the young men.
So where I live in Maine,
I've thought this from the beginning. Let them keep the Donbass and the Crimea, and draw the line there, and then kick their ass if they progress 1 inch
create
beyond
an
that.
apology video. What do you think, Diego? I think it's a great move on her
Yes.
behalf.
The parents worked with us.
There has to be the policy.
We brought their empire down with peaceful strength and opposition
That's because you've
and
never
a
probably
strong
apologized
defense.
for anything.
I'm pretty naive, but when they
Well, I'm just
stopped being
saying because
communists,
it's-
when the communist system
and you
fell,
have two of me.
why did we still consider them enemies? Why did we keep NATO pointed at them?
We didn't at first, Michaela. We
Well,
didn't
we
at
had
first.
NATO. We
didn't at first.
We
At
had
first-
NATO. We didn't
Yes, we had-
dissolve NATO.
NATO was not only directed at Russia, as we saw in Iraq. We literally tried to welcome them into the family of nations. There was a period of almost a decade, I think, in which they were part of the financial system. We
Yeah,
had
we looted them. They got looted.
We had by their own oligarchs looted them. We had free press over there. You forget. We had Americans going.
Okay, well, we could have kept NATO. Why didn't we take the nukes down?
Because they didn't get rid of their nukes. They didn't get rid of their nukes.
Why didn't we do a treaty to disarm? I think
Because they weren't willing to do it. India has nukes. China has nukes. Everybody has nukes.
No. Russia. Why didn't we stop aiming our nukes at them?
Well, we have our nukes aimed at every other nuclear power.
How about not aiming it at Russia?
I don't know.
There's too many countries. You have Australia, France, Germany, the UK,
that's all I'm
China,
saying,
India, Pakistan. In other words, we have to have nukes pointed at everybody else that has nukes.
Fine, how about we don't?
And Russia is not going
Russia.
to be willing to.
I think they might have been.
No, I don't know. No.
I think so.
But
I think they proposed it.
hold on. So you're saying, Mikhail, that we shouldn't or we shouldn't have?
We should have
She's saying give peace a
negotiated
chance.
taking our nukes.
Norm, just
stop
give me a second.
having a bilateral nuclear disarmament type thing, or at least stop pointing our nukes
So you're
at
saying
each other. Do we point our nukes at Britain? We point
No,
our
they're
nukes
allies.
at Venezuela?
They're
Do we
allies.
point our nukes at?
I believe we have maps that, if I recall correctly, I think we do point our nukes at everywhere.
Do we?
Sure.
Okay.
But,
We can retarget.
okay, Mikhail, so with that being said, what should we do now?
Now, I think that we should agree to not have them ever join NATO.
What's that?
Ukraine.
Why should we agree?
Because that was sort of the promise, a verbal promise at first, not to have NATO move farther.
Okay, so do you think that Russia just if
I love the story that this started
let me finish.
because of NATO, the threat to have Ukraine join NATO.
I'm not trying to play the gotcha or anything like that.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever talked to you on here.
Right.
Maybe I have a lifetime ago. My question to you is, if the United States says, okay, we're going to sign a treaty saying that Ukraine never ever joins NATO. Do you think just Russia just packs up and goes home and that's
no? I don't know what to do now. It's a tragedy that it started. I think
okay, but you're saying that
been prevented.
Correct. So you're damn right. It could have been prevented. It should have been prevented. But I'm saying, what do we do now? And your response was, we need to.
I don't know. Maybe tell them I don't know. Maybe acknowledge that NATO was a part. The problem of NATO was a part of this.
What? How do you mean?
The problem of Ukraine moving towards joining NATO, the powers, NATO powers, sort of grooming them and trying to get them there. I think that at least acknowledging that.
And you think that would have prevented Russia from invading them?
Yeah, I think it would have. Maybe I'm buying their propaganda, but that's what it looked like to me.
They only
we didn't want them to be aligned. We didn't want Ukraine to be aligned with Russia. Who was the president they elected, or that they got rid of? What with the Maidan or whatever? Maybe it's because I'm a big nuclear disarmament person.
That guy was put there basically by Putin. Was basically running Ukraine as a proxy state, and there was naturally a lot of tension between the Ukrainians and the Russians. The former Soviet states fucking hate Russia, for obvious reasons, and they did not want Russia being in control of them.
So they wanted to join NATO, and I guess Russia wanted Ukraine to remain not to align with the EU or with NATO, and this is the result. They wanted to.
We were considering having Russia into NATO, Michaela. Do you realize that?
Yeah, that would. I think Russia.
Sorry.
I believe they asked to join NATO at one point. I think that when the Soviet Union fell, I think that we didn't take advantage of trying to realign things.
We did. We really tried. We were close too, and then the oligarchs took over and turned it into a kleptocracy.
Okay, and they took over with the help from the West, I'm sure.
No.
It was actually, and if you look at it, Putin actually did one of the things he did do that was good at first. Is he pulled in on the reins of the oligarchs. And he did not play games with them, and he would publicly put them on trial. And everybody knew that deep down, this guy will get you fucking killed, and you don't play with Putin. So
it's good.
But Putin also his personal view is that what the U.S. did to push for the fall of the Soviet Union was a great travesty.
It's the greatest tragedy in history, according to him.
Yes, and so he's really not our ally.
Well, I think it's subtle, I think it's subtle. I just.
What do you mean it's subtle? I don't understand.
Well, I think you guys probably know the details more than I. But when he says that's the greatest tragedy, I think maybe you could pull his words apart a bit there, and maybe not interpret.
Well, what is it that you guys are missing? You do realize that this is a major conflict that's been going on for 20 years now.
This guy is streaming this on YouTube. Music guy. I'd get rid of him.
He may be, but he's an okay guy, and it doesn't matter. Nobody really watches it anyway. It's his thing. He's a good guy.
Yeah. You guys probably know the history better than I do, except that I've perked up on certain points that I think that who knows why we didn't stop, withdraw our nuclear. And see, if they had joined NATO, there'd be nukes right on the border of Russia, and then you have the launch on warning stuff and all that stuff.
You have nukes on the border of Russia. We've always had nukes on the border of Russia.
There's
nukes in Turkey.
maybe closer to the capital or something.
What does that matter?
I mean, we have them. It's no secret. We have nuclear submarines.
Correct.
Right. They can go.
I was going to say,
anywhere.
didn't we just, granted it wasn't a nuclear strike, but didn't we just, remember the strike on Iran? Like, we conducted that entire...
That wasn't nuclear.
I know, that's why I literally prefaced what I said by saying, I know it wasn't nuclear, but we did the entire thing without even not even a shot getting fired at one of our airplanes. I'm pretty sure if we wanted to put nukes in Moscow, we could do it.
Oh, yeah, but it's the time that it would take, and when you have it closer to Moscow, that the time for reaction is shorter, and you got to do launch on warning stuff.
Well, it doesn't matter. As soon as the chain of command for who will give the nuclear codes. If any part of Russia is hit, in other words, we do not have the ability to launch nukes, at least that I know of, where they will not get several minutes at the minimum notice, in which they'll just launch all of their shit.
Right now, but if it's closer to the border, they have it makes it more hair trigger.
I don't think so, because they have launch sites all over Russia, and so it's going to take varying times. First of all, the landmass of that country is fucking enormous, and so they would still have nukes to launch.
And that's the reason we have we have an interest in taking over Ukraine, or not taking over Ukraine, but having part of NATO.
I don't know. I mean, I was involved in the nuclear freeze campaign years ago, and I looked at a lot of this. Yeah, were you really?
Of course, I marched. Yes.
Well, I was an organizer. I was sent out into the community, into lots.
What changed your mind? Reality?
And we did, and we did disarm, by the way. We had the SALT treaties.
That's right.
Reality?
Yeah. It had an effect.
Did China start a nuke buyback?
But I always thought, when the campaign was over in California, I asked the head. I was constituent organizer. I asked the head guy. I said, "What are we going to do next?" And he says, "Oh, and the Cold War." And I laughed at him. And then the Cold War, and then Russia falls a few years later. And I think, okay, the Cold War is over. Come on. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Why did it keep going when Russia fell? Why did the Cold War keep going? Hello? Anybody hear me?
Did you ask the question?
I understand.
Yeah.
I was away from the phone. What did you say?
Yeah. I said, why did the Cold War keep going? That was sort of the dream of the nuclear freeze campaign, is, okay.
Why did it keep going? Because Russia does not want to disarm. That's the only reason.
Well, I don't think that's completely true.
Okay, but what's the basis of you not thinking that?
This is where in the middle of all of this, I got married and had kids, so I didn't keep up with all the details. That's why I'm asking you. But because I was involved at that point, at the beginning, I was aware of certain nuclear strategies and all that stuff. So I'm asking you, why did the Cold War keep going? I've heard that Putin did offer to join NATO at one point, and I've heard, the stuff about him,
North Korea has never agreed to be a part of the community of nations. China and Russia are not willing. They're not like us. They're not run by rule of law. They don't believe in democracy. I just want to make it clear. They want to conquer more land.
What
They
part
want to
of it?
conquer the world.
And they came home and
These are true facts about them. They're not like us. They don't believe in rule of law, global commons, democracy.
You're talking about China and North Korea, right?
China, North Korea, and Russia.
And Russia. Okay. See, that's what I'm not so confident in.
Okay, but I mean, Putin
Talk
also.
to some Russians. They'll
I
tell
don't
you.
think they want to conquer the world.
They do.
Listen,
They do.
Russia?
there's ways to give your kids
Russia-
money so they can go to the
yes.
drugs. You can
Russia
get-
is
He's
trying to-
advancing on Europe right now.
Film. That way you can monitor the drug use. But when you suffered from a
Ukraine,
child with
that's
massive
it.
addictions like that,
Ukraine is in Europe, and they
Ukraine
have
needs to be
viral
part of Russia.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, Michaela, can I just, I know you were an organizer. You don't want to hear my voice? You just want to project? Well, El Normo, is the moderator. I'm not.
Okay, good.
I was going to be mean and rude to you, but Michaela, what I'm trying to say is, as an organizer of the anti-nuclear movement, I mean, do you think that you have yet to fulfill your goals and objections? No.
No. And it's probably really pie in the sky at this point.
But let's jump back.
Wait, Ben, hold on one sec. El Norma, I was going to ask you a question. I know you said you did many trips on behalf of USAID, the now shut down and disgraced agency.
Yeah.
What were your goals and objections? I know you said you made boatloads of money and it was a fantastic experience. Did you reach your objectives?
Yeah, they wanted me to get a certain person elected, and we did. We got a certain person elected.
Wow.
And along the way, I taught them democratic media techniques. I was like their journalism consultant. I went from 60 Minutes and to former Yugoslavia, and we started a news magazine just like 60 Minutes over there. They'd never done that before.
Do you think you were working?
And I used some problems. Huh?
Do you think you were working for Soros?
No, we were actually the competition to Soros. Soros was all over there. He had these Open Society Foundation storefronts everywhere. The only two employers, there was no economy. The only two employers were Soros and the U.S. government. I was the U.S. government. At first we had armor and everything, and black jackets and everything. I have to go on mute for a little bit. I'll come back in 5
So,
minutes.
Michaela, you don't think that Putin wants to take over Europe or restore the Soviet Union? My assertion is he wants to restore the former Soviet Union.
Yeah, maybe, but he doesn't want to take over Europe.
So do you think the United States should intervene in any way if he wants to restore the former Soviet Union?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys this. I mean, I was involved in
Yes.
that early.
Yeah, very much so. Yes.
Well, if he wants to, what other countries would that involve?
I don't know. Let's pull up a map of the former Soviet Union.
I think it's Greater Russia. I don't know if that would include. It would probably include Estonia, Lithuania, Belarus, of course Ukraine. I don't know about Poland.
Not Poland.
What else? Europe.
Possibly Georgia.
Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Armenia.
Well, that's different from the Russian Empire. Slightly different.
So Pepe, I got a question for you.
Uzbekistan's relationship with the Soviet Union right now.
Pep, you could Google that. Pepe, why were you crashing out in Issa's room last night, intoxicated? And why did you get kicked to the goo? And why did you get so emotionally upset over getting kicked?
Well,
to the
I'm
goo?
gonna leave it if he starts this kind of stuff and broadcasting it on YouTube.
So
I'm leaving.
music, we're actually
Yeah.
in a conversation here, but so if we could just do that, that would be cool. Nope, I guess everybody left.
3:00 in the afternoon. I didn't have anything to drink, dude. What the fuck you talking about?
You usually don't know what I'm talking about.
No, because Elle was trying to butt into a conversation and yelled at, I don't know, virtue signal, and I told her she didn't know what she was talking about. And then somebody had demodded me, which you know that you're not supposed to do in her room. And then after I was demodded, she said, "Oh, well, I'm going to speak, and you're going to let me speak, and if you interrupt even once, I'm kicking you the fuck out." And I said, "Dude, this isn't your fucking room." And then she goes, "Watch me kick you out." And I called her some fucking names. Like, don't.
Who was that? Who did that?
Elle. Like, you don't demod people.
Oh, Elle is very tough.
Yeah, but you do not demod people in her room and then bully them and say you're gonna shut the fuck up and it basically talking to me like a little kid. Like, how dare she? I don't.
She's tough. But
yeah, but I know you do not. But you do not do that. There's a way we behave in here. You do not demod somebody and then threaten to kick them out. You just don't do that.
That is Aoife's rule. But again, if you bump into a woman like that, it's better not to antagonize them, in my view.
No, I was overhearing. We were basically having a conversation. I was saying, and I think Ralphie was getting triggered because he wasn't understanding what I was saying. But I was saying how, when they were talking about, it had to do with the anti-Semitism. I said, look, before America in particular, Jews could never totally assimilate because their religion in particular, they'd have to get rid of it. They're going to stand out from the population.
Why?
Different foods, different dietary.
About different food. Everybody eats different food.
Well, sure. So, in other words, they can otherize you. They'll look at you as foreign. Now, you can civically be, assimilated. However, kind of like how,
Pepe.
There's different religious minorities here that also kind of stand out.
Pepe, I hate to
The
break
whole point of America is tolerance of difference.
Yes, and that's why I said pre-America.
Oh, pre-American, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's what I was, and that's what I was saying.
I get you.
And I was saying you had these.
What is he talking? No, Pepe. You
had largely ethnically homogenous places where.
Pepe.
Yes, if you take Saturday off instead of Sunday, you eat at different places than the rest of the people because of your dietary concerns. Some of your people will dress differently. They're going to think of you as somewhat foreign. People are.
No.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Fix this guy's brain.
No, that's absolutely true. Why were they always otherized? I mean, because they were looked at as different from the
maybe the Hasidic people with their garb, but if I took off Saturday instead of Sunday, or I ate kosher, no one gave me a hard time. In the 35 years of employment, no one looked at me side-eye. They didn't have a secret code. They were like, ooh, there goes the Jew.
No, we're talking about pre-America in Europe.
One of the oldest synagogues is in New York City. I mean, it was well integrated. George Washington was integrated with the Jews. It was. Oh, they were.
Why are we talking? No, you're talking pre-United States.
Pepe, hold on. Gentlemen.
How the Pilgrims wanted to make Hebrew the language of the colony. Tell me that's.
Yeah, Pepe. Pepe,
of,
this is just.
Well, no,
hold on. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
John, why are you?
Because Pepe is.
People are tougher on Pepe.
Before United States.
Right, but that wasn't because of us. That was because of the people who said you can only live in ghettos.
I was not claiming it was because of Jews. I'm saying that I don't know why I even have to say this. We're Jews not looked at as fucking foreigners throughout most of Europe's history. Like, yes,
they
otherized
tolerance
Jews
for differences.
Yes,
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
No, see, gentlemen.
And they were taking it as
if I can actually.
For a hospital people, people that couldn't.
No, Pepe is not right, gentlemen. If I can interject and actually. I will go on mute, but I'm asking the moderators, to point of moderation, to put me in the queue, please.
Okay, go, John.
Go, yeah, you can talk.
In your
Europe were never considered European. Germans, like Russians, you look in the birth certificate of Jews in Russia, does it say Russian? No, it says Evrei. They were never considered as one of the European people when they were living in Europe. Pepe's right about this. And when
Wrong.
the main things you look at the Soviet Union, they tried to strip them. What did they try to do to the Jews in the Soviet Union? They targeted the religious Jews to strip them from their religion. They wanted Jews to not be religious. That was their problem. They wanted Jews to assimilate. Jews, they never looked at Jews as one of them. And it's just...
Gentlemen, again, point of moderation, if I can speak, please. The point of the matter is, Jewry, whether intellectual, hyper-religious, hyper-political, etc., regardless, when you violate the law and you murder somebody, or you and your rights are trampled upon, that's all that matters. Pepe is essentially saying nothing, because all of human history is either a violation of that sacred law of violence or not. And so thus, what Pepe is saying is really nothing. And I rest my case.
Don't make it personal, John. Don't make it personal.
Well, I would say this. Europeans killed each other of different ethnic groups and religions for having less differences than they had with Jews. But Jews were always a minority. It's not like a fight between Prussians and Germans where, both of them had sizable populations and countries they called home. Jews were always the vulnerable, different people.
I don't even know what a Prussian is. What's the difference between a Prussian and a... What is
It's the same thing.
I don't fucking know. They had different identities. I don't know why, what they were.
Well, Pepe, you probably can't even tell the difference between a German and an Austro-Hungarian. Like, what makes an Austro-Hungarian a German?
That I can.
Hungarians speak a language isolated.
I know, but it was an empire. It was a separate empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. What made that different from the German Empire?
Hungarians are different from... They're kind of unique.
But what makes them Austro? What is Austro?
Well, that's the Habsburg, John. That's the Habsburg Empire. That's those rulers, those monarchs, created that empire. Austria-Hungary.
Well, I'm being facetious because, obviously in America, in our bubble, we have no concept of royalty, let alone most of these royals got wiped out, but they're not really gone. They're still there.
Yeah, largely. I mean, they're represented by the British monarchy, by the way.
The thing, when you look at the history of... Okay, so Jews were able to, for, a couple thousand years, maintain their religion, and, largely their ethnicity. Whereas, if you look at most of Europe, they're ethnically a lot different than they were 2,000 years ago. You had all of these different ethnicities that ended up basically mixing with each other and forming, let's say, the modern-day French. It's, in other words, because they didn't have that difference, they could assimilate through basically just wholly adopting each other's cultures and mixing. Whereas, obviously Jews can't do that, or they'll cease to exist.
Pepe, let me ask you something. How do you prioritize your communication? Like what you think about, what you talk about, what you transmit, what kind of conversations you engage in? Like, how do you...
Who am I talking to and what we're talking about?
That's AI, John.
Well, my point is, you pick and choose what you listen to, what you look at, what you say. And so I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not trying to be rude here, but like, how long and how much the rest of your life do you think you're going to still talk about the same topics? Because to me, the debates are pretty much over. The conversations are pretty much complete.
Debates about what?
about what you like to talk about. That's all I'm saying.
What do I talk about? I barely make rooms anymore. What are you talking about? That's something I'm interested in, like cultural differences. Yeah, it's not. I don't mean through like judgment of cultures. I mean, I'm actually like very curious about people that are different.
Got it.
I seek to understand them.
Well, my point is, there's this thing called the library or a book club, which is essentially what you just described. However, it comes from books as opposed to having casual conversations with a bunch of strokers on a fucking free chat app. You know, so my point is the academic version called the library of this fucking stupid waste of time app is the real treasure
Why are you
palace.
on here recording all day?
I'm surrounded by a library.
You're always in rooms by yourself on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you like to make this claim that you think that meditation or concentration, aka being alone, is like a negative thing, but I assure you, Pepe, that's actually where you need to go.
But you're listening to chatter all day with other people talking. Like I don't get it.
Are you sure about
You
that?
say that the stupid people or talk to stupid people, then all you do is listen to stupid people and stream them to nobody. So,
Guys,
why do you do that?
Do you mind? I'm gonna end.
Yeah, go ahead.
Take full responsibility for making everybody leave.
I get roasted by Pepe. Getting roasted by Pepe is really.
I don't know which one it was, 1, 2, or 3, but it was in the car when he was going to kill the guy. And so, yep, that's what happened.
Hey Diego, hey Princessia, hey Diego, I'm just checking in. How are things working out with your now new secretary?
Hold on, Diego. Did I get the right
we're still struggling, but yeah, well, I mean, she's trying to show me that she knows some movie references, so I mean, I guess we've got that. But
that was in The Godfather. It's
how are
like
you doing? How are you holding up? I mean, it's been a tough week.
Oh.
Tough week. What are you talking
It's been
about?
a tough week.
We just started, babe. Oh, is it Monday? Is it actually Monday? I thought it was Sunday. Holy shit.
Nora, can you just read the tweet that Trump just put out?
Yeah. Let me read it. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as, in capital letters, Trump derangement syndrome, ...
Yeah, I know. I heard all this. Like, you guys are a couple hours behind me.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like a tweet you might put if, like, you know, one of us passed away. Except you turn it into JDS.
One of you passed away? You know, the crazy thing is like, if you guys made the news and I posted it or something, it'd be like, still nobody would look at it.
I mean, did you not post that?
Nora, can you send the video of you running after Zach?
Yeah.
Send it to John. Let's just see what John thinks.
Okay.
I don't know. John,
Running up to Zach?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You'll see.
I'll send it to you.
Come on.
I just sent it to you, John.
How? Hello?
John Kitover. Your Instagram.
On Instagram?
He's the clubhouse king.
There's a lot of rooms that I'm missing out on recording right now.
You know the person that you
I have
love
a
the
pass. I have a box. I got paid. Alright?
But you know you enjoy Diego's company more than I probably... No, I enjoy Diego's company more. But you enjoy his company second. Are you watching the Why are you laughing?
This is so funny. This is fucking amazing.
I gotta laugh at Nora.
Holy shit.
You did it. You did it. It's all you, Diego.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, he's gotta laugh his ass off when he sees that shit. See, this is the next level. This is the next level of comedy. It's like doing this type of shit. Like, we were like 6 months ago we started doing Suno songs about each other, but this is like the next level of making fun of people. It's good. Like, TikTok and Instagram and all these fucking AI videos, like, they're the future of hypnosis and comedy.
How can we make one about Issa?
Well, we got to get a photo of her from her Instagram and then plug her face in. And we'll have her running through, like, a house or something.
Have you seen Noodle?
I definitely want to do one of her and oh my.
But Thomas has moved on. He has. Oh, you sent me a second one? Or the other one that you made, the one that's out in space?
Yeah. You can show that one to John too.
I think, here you go, John. I just sent it to you. Oh, I'll have you writing. John, you didn't open it. Oh, you did.
Oh, dude. Yeah, let me see that one too.
She loves these.
I think this is the first time he's ever
You know
laughed.
what's funny is like this could upset Zach. But if he doesn't think it's funny, then he's kind of a prick if he doesn't think it's funny.
No, Zach's cool. He'll think it's funny.
I hope he thinks it's funny, but
Dave did make an AI song that hurt my feelings.
But see, you two better fucking do the same shit and roast yourself. You better do it.
What do you mean? Diego roasts me all the time. What do you think I'm here for? For him to roast me?
No, I want to see the. I want to see the same type of videos, but with your faces on it.
John, can you create can you upload your likeness to Sora so that we can make ones with you?
I have a Sora account, yeah.
Yeah, so you need to I think you have to allow yourself to be cast. You have to create your persona and allow yourself to be cast. I have 5 other ones. I have one where Zach walks into a dusty Mexican bar. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. They're very funny. I like Zach a lot.
Welcome, Kevin.
Oh, is Kevin here?
He was. Kevin, I saw a great new movie. It's called The Color of Pomegranates. Have you ever heard of it?
Oh, I love pomegranate.
I've not heard of it.
Oh my gosh.
Nora, can you post the video for Kevin to watch?
Yeah.
You gotta see
the
this
one
movie.
of us being chased?
Yeah, the chasing one. Do you know Zach De La Ruta, Kevin? Evan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
And
you
his
don't
Arab
understand
Palestinian girlfriend? Okay. Let's see. Paste. Oh, because it's a new room.
Actually, you're chasing both of us.
I know. I thought all of these were in the room, but I realized they're not. Kevin, did you click it?
No.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat, okay.
It seems like John Kitover has a better sense of humor than Kevin. Kevin's not laughing.
I'm laughing.
You're not laughing.
I am.
It's so funny. He said, "I'm laughing."
I'm like chuckling. I'm chuckling at it. What's the audio? I didn't hear the audio.
Oh, you didn't hear it. You have to hear it.
Oh,
You want me to play it for you?
I got it. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Okay, Kevin is sad. How do I upload a likeness of myself, Diego? I don't know how to do this. Never mind. I'll figure it. No, I don't, but I'll figure it out because I'm not supposed to ask
who's
you
chasing
questions.
you in this?
Nora. But a much cuter one. A much cuter Nora.
I mean, that's
I thought you were Nora. I'm not gonna lie.
you thought Diego was me? With the mask?
Saying I thought you were on this app. I thought this was just another account for you. I thought you were Nora.
What? It is Nora.
Oh. Okay, well, why are you speaking about yourself in third person? So I got confused.
Jimmy is very angry. Jimmy doesn't want that.
Because Kevin is a character of Nora, so that's why I'm speaking about her like that.
About you?
Yeah, but it was speaking about the character of Nora, not me.
Alright.
Oh.
She turned on a photo booth to take photos of herself. Can you imagine?
I'm trying to make a video, an apology video, but I'm trying to see if I can get it where my scar doesn't show. But like an apology video for Diego.
Diego, I think Randy might not be as smart as I thought he was.
Because he got doxxed, apparently?
No. We were talking about Nick Fuentes' appearance on Piers Morgan, and
yeah.
I think Nick Fuentes is a hard person to argue against successfully enough, where it would justify giving him the additional platform. I just kind of think based on the way he presents his ideas and the way he's kind of willing to shift positions depending on the audience and stuff, I think he's just difficult. But I asked Randy, I was like, well, if you were Piers, what arguments or strategies would you use against Nick? And he was like, well, I agree with Nick, so I can't really think of that.
That's a black answer. That's a black man's answer.
What did you, if you didn't have breakfast, what would you have had?
Yeah, that's actually, I was a little bit shocked by that. Cause it's I don't know, maybe there's a position out there that I would find so difficult to defend, it would be genuinely challenging for me to come up with the arguments. But I feel like for everything I believe, I could at least make an effort at arguing the opposite.
Well,
I don't know. I thought there was I thought.
Kevin.
Let's test it out. Kevin.
Sure.
Take the position that there were not 6 million Jews that were killed in the Holocaust, and why?
Well, I mean, I know a lot of the arguments that they make. One of the things they bring up.
No, you were saying it from their position. You have to say it as
their position.
You have to say it as if you believe it.
Okay.
Like in a paper when you.
So I'm assuming the character in this debate. So at the time, nobody thought it was 6 million. One report from the American Red Cross estimated it at around 270,000.
Oh, really? Wow.
Additionally, estimating deaths for something like this is incredibly difficult, especially given how many of the records the Germans destroyed themselves. So how would we even know these
Kevin, you can stop. You
how are people so confident that it is 6 million? We hear this number all the time. It's such an exact, specific number. You know, I mean.
You convinced me. Good job.
Right. I think if you're not that it's not a challenging intellectual exercise, but I think one should be able to argue the other position, or at least I was a little bit surprised by that answer from him. Of I was literally wait, so you can't you're intellectually unable to imagine how if you were Piers Morgan what you might say in order to make Nick look bad.
Are you laughing at what he's saying, or are you laughing at something else, Diego? I can't tell.
I'm laughing at the fact that Randy is kind of retarded.
I don't think that he actually got doxxed by John or Keegan, but I do think he's a little slow.
I looked up that last name. It is a Palestinian Christian last name, despite it being a Lebanese last name.
Wow.
Yeah, it is a Palestinian Christian.
Wow.
Kevin, are you still there or are you on the phone? Diego, do you know that? Okay, Kevin, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, yeah.
You all know that meme of that Chad?
The Giga Chad?
I guess. I don't know why. I don't know if I've seen too many of Nick Fuentes' face, like, imposed on it and making it look like he looks like him. But now when I see Nick Fuentes on video on live, like when he was talking to Sneeko, he looked like that Chad. He's like getting really, really handsome.
He's definitely glowed up quite a bit. I mean, but that also, like, you know, when he started streaming, he was like basically a child. I mean, he was like a freshman in college or something like that. He was, you know, maybe 18 years old. And now he's
yeah, he's looking.
Now he's like my age. He's almost exactly my age. He's like 25, 26. Yeah, the dude's gotten a lot more handsome. I mean, the beard helps him. I think he also gained a little bit of weight, which, you know, I think he maybe is like even a tad chubby now. But like before he was like super, super skinny. So I think him putting on a little bit of weight was like an improvement, like having like a little bit more fat in his face.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I don't know why. I just like whenever I see him like on my I saw him with Sneeko, I was like, okay, he looks like that Chad meme now. Like actually, not even the fake one, where they superimpose his face on it.
Did you see him on Piers Morgan?
We watched it together, like in Diego's room.
What an embarrassing performance from Piers Morgan. I mean, absolutely retarded. Like, he maybe couldn't have done it. He maybe couldn't have done a worse job.
Did you see Dr. Phil and him talking about it then, like a few days later? Did you see that, Diego?
I heard about it.
Dr. Phil and Piers Morgan analyzed Nick Fuentes, his debate. And Dr. Phil was saying at least now he can admit that there was maybe even more than 6 million that were killed in the Holocaust.
You know, I think the issue with arguing with Nick about something like this is he doesn't actually like care about the you know. So if you, let's say you brought on a subject matter expert on like the Holocaust history to debate him, Nick would just say, you know, I really don't even actually care. I just don't like the way the Jews use the Holocaust to like, you know, hurt white people. So
no, that's not. Yeah, to some degree, yeah. But his position is like, why can't I question it? That he hasn't even looked at it one way or the other. He doesn't have a position one way or the other. That's what he's.
No, he does. He does though. I gotta get going though.
Bye, Kevin.
He does.
I mean, Kevin convinced me that it was not 6 million. He did a really good job.
Well, all I can say is, Princessia, based on the way that you use this app, you will probably be stuck. Have you ever seen the movie Batman with Bane? Where, you know, Batman and Bane both, like, climb out of a hole and free themselves from their pit of despair. Do you know that part from the movie?
I don't have despair when I'm around Diego. What are you talking about?
It's called a metaphor. Do you know what a metaphor is?
You're using it incorrectly.
You know what a metaphor is. Anyways, it's just an observation.
Metaphor versus simile. But Diego, what did you say? I feel like you roasted me, but I couldn't hear you.
What's a simile?
When you use like or as. Diego, you said something. I want to hear this. Go ahead. Because every time you disagree, it helps me.
Like 6 million, as in more or less? As in like 80 hours a week?
I was born in it.
I didn't grow up in Clown House, I just recorded it. Hello?
You know what my name is supposed to mean, right? I know music does, but I don't think Diego knows.
Hello? Hello?
I will point out to the California was going to be New Year's Eve
My name is
attack.
supposed to mean light.
The government says, and it was by some pro-Palestinian organization, but not necessarily singularly attacking Jews. So I guess the rest of y'all will just be collateral damage. I don't know. Thanks for that, Abby. I hate that term, by the way. Benjamin, followed by the doctor.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the first contrary view because I don't have a green bean, but I think it's one thing for people who are on the inside to say how internally consistent their world is and how externally the world is doesn't make any sense. But if you want to understand this problem, I think you have to be a little bit honest. There's really two main features that contribute to this dynamic. One is the Bible,
And he left
which
us.
is like the religious, unnegotiable. And the second is Israel, which is like a physical reality. And for 2,000 years, the Bible, right? The Bible is rough. Like, I don't know if you've read it. Maybe you've not read it.
The Bible. They call it the Torah.
That's fine. The Torah is part of the Bible.
No,
the Torah, the Tanakh.
No. It's
The Pentateuch.
Hold on. It's fundamentally different. The Torah and Tanakh are the Old Testament in the Bible. The Bible is the compilation of the Old and the New. Right?
So from a Christian perspective,
So you can't call the New Testament just the Bible. You can't call it the Old Testament just the Bible.
Benjamin, Marshall's not wrong. Marshall's telling you correctly. He's not wrong, but he is stupid. Please continue, Benjamin.
We go one at a time in the room. The only people who have interrupt are moderators. I'm sorry. Gary, as he says, will get to you when he sees you on his device, not when you see.
Sorry, Marshall, you're not wrong, though.
I wouldn't want to get all wrapped up in analysis, but Scott and I go back and forth on this, pretty much every week. And I was raised on in a Christian context, so with these same. And I understand, what that means. Now, I walked away from it. I rejected it. I'm no longer a Christian. And I think that that's the morally correct thing to do, because I think that certain religious ideas are just not compatible with my morality. Now, if somebody look, here's the basic assumption of the Jewish proposition, that there's only one God.
No. I've got to corral you, bro.
Okay.
We're having a specific discussion, not about their legitimacy, about Jews
are we safe
and their safety. Can you address
The Marshall Rankin Show! The fucking Marshall Rankin Show! Hey, Marshall fixes everything. Marshall will keep you on the straight and narrow. Stay on topic, Marshall.
There's two types of people who are Jewish and people who are not. And God prefers the Jewish kind. But that's been the message.
Benjamin.
Well, that's not been the message. That's an inaccurate recitation. In fact, that's the kind of trope that puts Jews in danger.
Yep.
So you want to come on here and say that you're not going to get away with it. You can go to another room and say it, and they'll probably say, "Right on, brother." But if you're going to articulate Jewish philosophy and Jewish religious teachings, you are more than welcome to, but you better fucking well know what you're talking about. And that's bullshit what you just said. It's not an us against them thing. It's not like the Jews want to take over the world. In fact, we oppose proselytization. It's not written in our book to try to convince you to drop your atheism or agnosticism and become a Jew. We're not looking for you. We're not recruiting you. Don't worry about it. Jews don't go out and grab people off the street and put the heebie-jeebie on them and say, now we have a Jew. And have this us against them, and we hate anybody who's not a Jew is not a full human being, you see. That's not true. So if you want to cite things in the Torah, or as you like to refer, the Old Testament or the Old Bible, feel free, but be accurate. And I think you're a smart enough guy to know that you're being deliberately inaccurate. So
Gary, you're sounding an awful lot like a Jew right now, Gary.
Situation to push through the very kind of tropes that put Jews in danger every day. Dr. Me followed by Les.
But Gary, what about the Jews that put the Palestinian in danger, Gary?
Dr. Me.
Hello, Gary. Can you hear me, Gary? Gary?
Les followed by David.
Gary, you are sounding like a Jew right now, and it is a Jew, a Zionist like you, that put my Palestinian brothers in jeopardy. Hello?
And I know I repeat this every
Simon?
time. This is the reason I
Hey,
repeat
Simon, how you doing over there?
it. The thing that we can address directly are the
Last time I spoke with Simon, he's like, John Kitover sounds like what AIDS sounds like. And I was like, no, Simon, that was projection, Simon.
letting them stand.
You don't do a good impersonation of him.
Who, Simon? It's very hard to do his monotone voice.
Diego does a really good job of it.
He does. Diego's the best at everything.
Yeah.
Diego's the best at everything. I'm gonna open a new house. Will you come to my new house? It's gonna be called Diego's the Best at Everything by Nora, his fucking townhouse secretary.
What the heck's going on, Scott? Your audio is on. Nonsense. I don't know what happened with Scott's microphone there, but
Sorry about that, Gary. I do not know how that happened. My bad. Sorry, apology.
Now I'm curious what Scott's up to.
I was actually editing a podcast for the Jewish Farmers Network.
I gotcha. Now I understand. You were scrolling through the audio. Now I understand what I was hearing. Okay, Les, followed by David. Go ahead and start all over, Les.
Gary, were you able to hear what I said, or do I need to repeat it? Or?
Go ahead and basically recap, because I don't want your words to be lost.
So, the thing that I think really needs to be addressed that would help the situation are the blood libels that are spread every day against Jews. And these ideas have consequences, and they're murderous. And we're seeing this all the time.
This is why you should issue the apology, Nora, instead of wasting your time sitting here all day. Like, get the video out.
Listen, I tried, but my face is way too. It's just I tried to do a video of an apology.
I didn't feel that these people had power, and they could be sloughed off. But for the most bizarre reason, unless you look into it a little more deeply, after October 7th, it really intensified. And it's basically your oil money at work. You had Qatar that took all this money and decided to smear Israel and smear Jews. And that was just part of it anyway. But in general, these blood libels
Sergeant, come talk to us. You don't want to talk to us because.
And they can't, be allowed to stand. Thank you.
You used the correct term that I did not use in labeling what the previous caller said, and it was indeed a blood libel. Thank you for correcting that, Les. David G., followed by Tiffany.
Hey, Gary. Very sobering weekend, to say the least. In addition to the many lives that were lost in Sydney, to the anti-Semitism shooting and the many injured, we lost Rob Reiner, who was also of the faith and a great, valiant activist in addition to the many great things he did on TV and movies and his.
Because you're on my Instagram, stupid.
Yeah, it's a shame that he died of Trump derangement syndrome. That's just really sad.
Well, I just didn't want to go there. But you're right. Yeah, that was a horrible slap. But no, I mean, I used to live in a neighborhood where we had several synagogues and in Beverly Hills and you know, the police, we had the San Bernardino killings, and Beverly Hills policemen were out in force, cruising the neighborhoods, you know, far removed from the incident, but not really that far removed. So, you know, as a non-Jew, but as a person that was raised.
Sorry, Nora, I didn't mean to call you stupid. I just, really want you to issue an apology video so you can move on with your life because your video
Okay, this is my
seen by so many
apology
people.
video. I'm so sorry for everything that I said.
No, I mean, you got to issue it on your YouTube, on your Instagram, on your TikTok.
I'm recording myself right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
But
great. I'm
I
so
do
glad
look
all my
like a
work is done
ventriloquist.
here then.
I do look like a ventriloquist, and I'm not appropriately dressed.
You're a clown?
Just that much of a threat. Australia is interesting, Gary, because on the one hand, it was settled by similar folks that helped settle this country, coming from England,
That happened to my face.
predominantly a Judeo-Christian faith background settler class of people that came there, irrespective of their indigenous issues that we had. But yeah, I'm disappointed, Gary, that the Prime Minister did not be more vocal about the anti-Semitism and the response to what had happened. Recall in 2002, the Balinese bombing
My
that killed
ancestors were disregarded,
2 people,
dishonored,
I believe it
and
was. 88 of those were Aussie nationals. And the reason I emphasize that is because most Australians could name or know somebody that died, or knew somebody that died in that incident. That's how small a country Australia is, 25 million people. And then, of course, in 2005, there was another bombing where 4 were killed. So the government and the country to continue to message properly, I think we're ultimately worried about upsetting or continue to upset their 250 million plus Muslim population in Indonesia to the east of them. So they're obviously trying to message and be, as, somber as they could, but at the same time not inflame. The Indonesian government was very slow to execute and go after the perpetrators, claiming political and other issues that they didn't want to inflame further. So there's a lot of issues, Gary, with regard to battling this scourge of anti-Semitism, particularly against the religion that is blamed the most for this type of activity and action. So I'm not saying that there aren't anti-Jews everywhere, regardless of political persuasion, but it tends to be messaged as either, racist right-wingers or leftist, pro-leftist champions of a movement against the Israeli government for the Palestinians. Whatever strike that it comes in, it clearly ends in a situation where we don't cure the problem. And of course, 2,000 plus years or more, actually 3,000 plus years of anti-Semitism that's faced the Jewish people and religion doesn't help either, because there's 8 billion people on the planet, Gary. There's 8 billion people on the planet. And I believe under 20 million, 15 to 20 million Jews, if I'm accurate or inaccurate on that number. But it just bespeaks
15 million. 15 million on the planet.
Thank you, Abby. 15 million. So this is, and to your point, Gary, about the massive contributions of the religion and the people to academia, to medicine, science, from Einstein on down, going back. I mean, there's been a massive contribution for their sheer numbers to not be lost on the world in terms of. And this is where even in the 21st century, Gary, we're way more radicalized with factions and bad ideas and tropes and everything else, to where this can't be litigated with violence, unfortunately. We can there's just too many people against this small religion, Gary, for there to be, other than from a state position sort of response, because we don't know. I was talking to my sister's boyfriend, who's Jewish, and his last name's Levy, and he's from the East Coast, and we just celebrated a Christmas party together, and I wished him happy Hanukkah on the first day, and he's scared about Mondavi, and he's scared about all these other issues that are coming around, and then this whole thing blew up in our face over the weekend, and I was talking to him about, we don't, for you don't know you don't know where these people are. You don't know where the enemy is residing or walking amongst us. And that's the scary thing about, I've been to Bondi Beach, by the way, Garrett. I brought it up in a room earlier with Rick and Marshall. It's a beautiful location.
You and Nicole Kidman, she was just there last week.
Oh, okay. Well, my point with bringing that up is that it's a beautiful place in space, and you think of Australia as a very safe country, given the reasons I mentioned about being 25 million. But we were talking about how the Sydney government, the police force, should have. It's a big beach, so they would have required a pretty sizable police presence to maybe deter or beat.
Well, they didn't occupy the entire beach. The party was held in a confined area, actually a park adjacent to the beach, to be exact. So it was doable in terms of setting up security.
Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense then, because some of the videos I was.
Yeah, by the way, the NYPD does a great job of setting up security for Times Square on New Year's Eve and the Thanksgiving Day Parade, on the 4th of July fireworks, and that's certainly spread out much, much further than this. It's doable, believe me.
No, absolutely. And I wanted to bring up, like I said, I mentioned before, I was in Thailand during my 5-country tour this past summer, and it was the beginning of the first Thai holidays, the New Year. And in my hotel, there were Israeli nationals celebrating in my hotel. I had several conversations with them, and when I went down to the lobby to leave for dinner, 8 or 9 Thai national military personnel were in that lobby protecting that large group of celebrants for the high holidays. So, this was a far larger gathering with which I don't know how you would rate holidays in terms of importance. I guess it doesn't really matter, but the fact that you would have that many Jewish adherents trying to celebrate Hanukkah on a beach like that says to me that, there was a drop or lapse in security for that. So, but anyway, I'll land there, Gary. I know there's folks who want to speak, and my heart prayers go out, and obviously whatever more money we need to spend. One thing about America, Gary, one thing I've enjoyed about being in this country, being in Los Angeles, is, our movie industry has done a wonderful job of keeping the memory of the Holocaust alive. And I remember it was brought to my attention in the early 90s when I was in college, and Schindler's List was just launched by Spielberg, and it was argued in class on several of my discussions about international politics in Israel. Was George Bush Sr. was attempting to roll back, I guess he was trying to roll back some of the funding we do for Israel. And it was being argued that Schindler's List was potentially a direct response to some of these policies that George Sr. was trying to implement. And I'm not saying he wasn't a friend of Israel, but the fact that it was being debated that we can't keep our eye off the ball with regard to Israel and assisting them geopolitically. But I don't know. That's for another discussion. But but I remember the movie was one of the most impactful ones I ever saw on the Holocaust, and I'm grateful for Hollywood for able to produce that kind of production, because let's face it, Gary, we're very lazy when it comes to academics and studying and learning. And even myself, who has many Jewish friends, I had to do a deep dive to understand just what the protocols of Elders of Zion was and how that originated and how that found fertile soil in Russia and in Europe, and then was used and leveraged by the Nazi machinery to promulgate these ideas that they used to, starting out as, basic lies about the history of Judaism in the world and how those took root. And even to this day, these ideas are still promulgated out there and believed by Nazi groups and whatnot. And so, it's only going to be, I think it's only going to be one, Gary, through a better educational approach to this. And I'll end there.
Can I respond to two things, David?
Absolutely.
David, with respect to lack of security, we will have, when we have an event in the United States, we will always reach out to our local law enforcement, let them know there's going to be an event. We do hire private security, and in the United States, we'll have private security that's armed. However, we do rely heavily on local law enforcement. I believe when you read the accounts on how much in Sydney they were being assisted by local law enforcement, there's a real lack of real motivation in that country to have taken the Jewish community's needs seriously, and they were not getting the reimbursement that luckily we do in a lot of U.S. cities when we have events, in some of our cities that are more problematic. The first thing. The second thing is I'm actually friendly with Stephen's sister, and no, that wasn't the motivation on doing Schindler's List whatsoever. And he grew up in a very identified family. And if you're in LA, his mother owned the Milk and Honey restaurant, which was a dairy kosher restaurant. And he did Jewish traditions and raised his children with a strong identity. And there were other motivating factors to making Schindler, but it wasn't because of George.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I was aware that his mother lived in the city for a long time and had that business. But thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that.
Thank you, David and Abby. We'll go to Tiffany. And by the way, we are now at 6:05 Eastern time, so we will no longer be inviting folks onto the stage, but we are into extra time, which means that everybody on stage and in queue will have the opportunity to speak. We go to Tiffany, followed by Z.
So, Gary, I think I was skipped, but that's okay. I'll wait my turn.
It's in the order which I see it. People on the stage, buddy. That's the best I can say. I can't follow when people slide down to another location. I know that sounds unfair, but I cannot do that. It's beyond my abilities. So that's why we do it this way. Tiffany, followed by Z.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful conversation, and I'm grateful to have this space to share. It was 1999 when I was a live-in nanny in Newton, Massachusetts, with a girl who was going through her bat mitzvah as I was converting to Catholicism, and she and I spent that year together parallel with religion and learning our religions, and it was an amazing experience for me, getting to immerse in the religion and learn and grow. And then been a high school teacher for a long time, and every year we are reading Night by Elie Wiesel, and we are Boy in the Blue Striped Pajamas, and watching Freedom Writer, and teaching about the kids that this could happen now. And yet still, here we are in this society where it is not appreciated how powerful words are. Words have power. And so much, wherever they are, there is a lack of respect for language that gets thrown around like it's in respect to the Holocaust in particular, right? Name calling from people that aren't Jewish, but that are wherever. They don't even have a piece in it, but they'll take the Holocaust language and use it so casually. And it boils my blood. And it has to stop. And that I have power over for me, in that I can be very aware of the language that I use in name calling or respecting others and showing up with love, showing up in love and curiosity and respect and support. And I have 2 children, 13 and 18, and I can have them also show up in their world in respect and awareness of how powerful language is. We have that power. It doesn't cost anything. We get to choose every day how we are connecting, how we are supporting, or how we are not. Either way, that's our choice. And so today, I was very grateful to raise my hand and say that I'm here. I'm here with the Jewish community. I am sickened and saddened. I am sending love and support, and I will always be a vocal ally. Thank you.
Thank you for those heartfelt comments, Tiffany, and they are soothing to the community. We'll go to Z, followed by Dave Lintz.
Hey, thanks, Gary, and thanks everybody who has shared. I actually don't have a lot to say. I'm here learning. I don't know a lot about the history, and so I kind of just said yes, I wanted to come up on stage because I was identifying with, I also feel like there's been some incredible setback in people, and the violence and the, I guess you call it rhetoric or something, seems to have popped up again. And it does concern me, and I just say that I hope that, you know, as we move forward, that that a lot more people decide to look at themselves in the mirror and ask themselves, you know, what they're going to do, who they are, how to, you know, this is some kind of a historical hatred that I don't really understand, because I don't know why people are carrying on for so long with it. That's my own ignorance, that's all. It's probably something to do with human behavior or something, but I wish everybody well here, and I care about you guys, and I really appreciate the way that this space educates me and other people. And also, Gary, I appreciate you asking people questions, qualifying questions, because I don't understand a lot of things either, but I just want to say happy Hanukkah, and take good care, and that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Also very appreciated comments from you. Yeah, a lot of people don't get it, that when I ask the question, it is to qualify what they were saying, and instead of fighting, they should embrace that as an opportunity to expand on their point. But anyway, some people, maybe because in a lot of the rooms, people jump down each other's throats, people just presume that's what I'm doing here when I ask them questions. They'll learn. People are starting to get it. Thank you, Z. Dave, followed by Reid.
So over the last 11 months, I have been in room where AB was, okay? So I'll be quoting what AB have spoken. So AB, if I've spoken wrong, please correct me. So I was on 21st May 2025 when the two Washington DC diplomats killed. I was with the Jewish, there were like 20 over Jewish, and they were all silent when they hear the news. I know exactly firsthand how Jewish react when this happened, right? And they went around and asked each other, have you done anything good? Have you done enough good lately? The first thing they do was to self-examine if they have done enough good, so that in future there's a chance, there's a less likely another Jews got killed by this kind of hate against the Jews. So I know exactly how Jews feel. And I know exactly when a rabbi in a synagogue got attacked and he protecting the Jews in the rabbi and what he would say before he get killed. So I know exactly how they feel. So I also want to quote the most important words that AB said. AB, please correct me if I've spoken wrong. AB say they come for people on Saturday and then they will come for people on Sunday, right? So if AB, I misquote you, please let me know. Because, yes, AB, you want to say something?
Exactly what I said.
Yes. So, and I urge everybody remember this, okay? There are 50 million Jews. And with the Jews, I would say, you only 50 million. You cannot survive without the help of the 2.5 billion Christians out there. You can't fight alone. It's not enough. And I've been saying this to them or shouting to them. So what Israel is doing right now is recently they have invited 1,000 pastors from US to bring them to Israel to help them to understand the root of the Bible is in Israel, right? And their plan is to increase 1,000 pastors to eventually 1 million pastors from US, right? So there is silver lining of all this thing happening right now because of the Christian American, they understand if they bless the Israel, it will end up according Genesis 12:3, it will bless the United States of America. And so you have a Florida mayor, right, recently December 8th, has already banned in Florida the Council of Islam-American Relation, okay?
Yeah, in Texas along with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yes. And another one is Texas, right? And they are all trying to ban these two organizations.
In favor of the Muslim Brotherhood ban, they did facilitate some of the nascent terrorist groups that grew into things like Hamas, as well as Al-Qaeda.
Yes. What it means is Trump's teams understood what the Genesis 12:3, okay? So they understand what AB just spoken. They come for people on Saturday and they come for people on Sunday. And so the Trump team understood this precisely. And Trump team is accelerating this preemptive preparation before they announce coming to people on Saturday, before they coming to Sunday. Preemptive, okay?
David, nobody
yes.
Protestant Christianity is a dominionist.
Yeah. So this is why we see increasing attack on Christmas market. Okay. So AB spoke about Marshall.
Yes, they think that Israel is special, but dominionists are the only people that believe they have to possess the Holy Land in order for Armageddon to happen. But this is the people you're talking about.
Can I just also clarify that the Muslim Brotherhood is a movement, an organization, a philosophy that is not meaning Muslims that have brotherhood. It's a specific organization. It needs to be clearly stated that this is not a statement about the entire religion, the Muslim religion. It has to do with an organization that is has roots actually going back to the time of the Nazis. Some very similar philosophy. There are many Arab nations that are at odds or enemies with the Muslim Brotherhood, and those nations are also allies of the United States. It had ties to the Holy Land Foundation and yes, to the Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, but also to Iran. So it needs to be very clearly distinguished as to who they are, and anyone can just pick up your phone and Google or however you research and read who the Muslim Brotherhood are. And if you want deeper reading, just look at their connections to Hitler and to the Nazi movement as well. Thank you.
To that point, Abby, there are three guys from Egypt, one of whom is a retired high-ranking Egyptian army official who is still consulted on today on certain matters and who has developed weaponry for the Egyptian government to fight terrorism, for the Egyptian army to fight terrorism. And they are devout Muslims, but they are vehemently opposed to the Muslim Brotherhood, and they, of course, could see the distinction. They feel that the Muslim Brotherhood was attempting to take over, and they did for some time, the Egyptian government to the horrifying detriment of the populace there. And that was eventually put down, and part of that was encouraged by certain policies during the Biden administration under the auspice of some things that the then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did that I think in reflection she and he may feel was inappropriate, their approach to it. But at any rate, the point is, coming from you and me, it's one thing. Coming from these guys who I see on a weekly basis who are devout Muslims, they would agree with your statement. They do not feel that opposition to the Muslim Brotherhood is opposition to their religion in spite of the title of the organization. Okay, we'll go to Raid, followed by Andrew.
Hello, Gary. I just want to say that the police cannot protect you, that you have to arm yourself and be vigilant and always be situationally aware. We are in dark times in this Christmas season. The mind virus of violence and stupidity is everywhere. So be very diligent and careful and always, never look at your cell phone if you don't have to. Always be vigilant and ready to fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight these evil bastards.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I think Abby alluded to this earlier, that at least in the United States, the Jewish community, which has by and large been very reticent to this. I mean, most Jews aren't people who bear arms. They're not people who are, can see themselves as tough guys like the Israelis do to defend themselves and their community. More and more Jews are starting to lean in that direction. I don't think enough, but I think it's starting. And unfortunately, the more events such as the one we just saw in Australia that occur, the more Jews will understand that they have to learn martial arts, if nothing else. Even if they don't pick up a gun, which is fine, and difficult in some communities. And of course, congregation to congregation, you're going to get different responses from rabbis about whether they ought to even bring a gun into the sanctuary, and you find that in the Christian faith as well. There is a tendency to toughen up. Maybe too little, too late, but hopefully not too late and not too little. Abby, did you want to say something?
Just one other thing, along with actual weapons and learning to defend ourselves. The leaders in the world of intelligence technology with respect to things that I mentioned earlier, like facial recognition, but also deep dives into information, and so much of the U.S. government now comes out of Israel, comes out of technology in Israel. And for many years, our community didn't really take advantage of the fact that, out of Israel was coming technology that we needed. But now we've partnered with several of these companies, and we're able to have, much more robust intelligence than we had prior. So, but I just wanted to share that so much of it was invented there and comes from some very successful, growing, some were just startups that have come up with great techniques for surveillance that, again, our government takes advantage of, and it's one of the assets and one of the benefits of the allyship is what intelligence gathering the U.S. receives from Israel. But now also the Jewish community in the United States, also in England. We actually, one last thing I'll say, is the way we are set up for our security. Generally, we got and used, parroted what they were doing with the community trust, which is a program they had in England as well. Thanks.
Well, Abby, as we say here in New York City, if you see something, say something, and that's at the very least. To take the previous caller's point, what Jewish folks have to do. If you see something or hear something that sounds bad, don't be afraid to, I'm dating myself here, drop a dime and call the cops or the FBI or somebody and let them know. Andrew, followed by Ethan.
Hello, Gary. Obviously, I was sick and mortified, saddened, and just incredulous that this has happened at Bondi. And it just, I remember the previous night I'd seen something about what was happening on the beach, but it wasn't specific. It was just a shooting. And then when I woke up in the morning, I got more details, and it just was devastating. That being said, I don't want to go into all the historical aspects of this. This is so multifaceted. It's historical. It's also recent history. But what we have here, I think, also is you've got a concerted effort from the far right in particular to, and I know this is happening in my country, in Canada, through I think the organization is called BASE, they're a neo-Nazi type movement, and they are going into some of these athletic clubs, weight clubs, and they are trying to, recruit these young men into this ideology. And according to some of the readings that I've done, it's being quite successful. And I don't know what to do about it. We've got an intersection of these tropes. And it happens all the time whenever people feel that they're disadvantaged or the economy's bad or they're not being afforded the right opportunities or what have you. They look for a scapegoat, and this is an easy one. It's always low-hanging fruit. And it's like I said, historically, we've seen it before with the Black Death, poisoning wells, and it goes on and on and on. The first time I ever encountered this, I was at a local in Georgetown, and I was sitting at the bar, and some gentleman came down and he just talked to me, and it wasn't 30 seconds in. He started with the Rothschilds, so I knew what was coming, and I just told him, "Okay, shut up. I want to talk to you." So that's the first time I've encountered that in person. But of course, now in this day and age, it's all over the place. If you have those sorts of algorithms, you're going to find it. And fortunately, I try not to click on that kind of stuff. So I don't get that in my feeds for the most part. But it's just a horrific event. And again, my heart goes out to all people that have been affected by this, which I consider myself affected by this, obviously. Because I have friends here on the app that are part of the faith. And those are the people I thought about first, as soon as I read that in the morning. So, anyway, I'll land there.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate those words. Ethan, followed by Steve.
Yeah, my picture that I have there, I'm actually a little older than I look in that picture. I wanted to just bring in like a sense I have of the history. I think that we've lived through kind of the golden age of American Jews, and maybe Jews in other countries too. And when I was young, it was, I used to get beaten up for killing Christ. It was still, the Catholics had not all gotten the message from the Vatican. And one of the things I really
the Pope today, by the way, said enough with this anti-Semitism. So I want to just a tip of the hat to the Pope today for saying.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that it was different and it changed, and I sometimes think that we were living in a bubble. You know, post-World War II, it took a lot of years for people to sort of get the message about the Holocaust. It took a while. When I was young, when we moved to a new neighborhood, you couldn't get into neighborhoods because if you were Jewish, there were still rules. I forget what they called it, like covenants or...
That is what they called them.
They called
covenants.
Yeah. So it took a while. It took a while for the whole, like that was about 20 years after the Holocaust. It took a while for that to kind of move through society, and I kind of look back and I just sort of, one of my feelings is just that I worry a bit that we lived in a bubble of like a golden age, and that what we're seeing is more like a return. And so the answer is the Jews have never been safe, and we got this idea that they were, that was this bubble. You know, and I much of my life I've had to keep, you know, I don't look Jewish, as they say. I've kept my Jewish identity secret in a lot of my life, and where I work, like for example, I've worked in academic settings, and I don't say I'm Jewish. I hide my identity. I don't put I don't have something on my door. I've never felt, I mean, maybe because when I grew up, I never felt safe. Well, I remember going and thinking things were getting a lot better for Jews. But maybe, so my perspective is just like maybe the history is that we're just getting used to that it's not really safe, and it, you know, that was a really special time when it seemed to be. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ethan. Well, you're kind of echoing something that Abby said about it's kind of went to sleep, but it's always ready to awaken. And Abby, and Ethan, the analogy I use is a virus. There are viruses. The Ebola virus, it's still there. It's not affecting us right now, but it's waiting. And anti-Semitism is a virus that is now started to activate once again. And I don't know that there's an answer to it, frankly. How do you combat hatred? You can only combat hatred with the truth. And even then, you're not going to fully put it down, you know? And I think it's a shame that people have to feel like yourself, that they have to hide their identity.
Yeah.
Because
I should
you know,
give you one more example. I was at work, you know, a number of years ago, and a colleague of mine who I'd known for years, and I mean, she should have known I was Jewish, started talking about how there was this conspiracy of Jews in the place we were working. And it never even occurred to her that I was Jewish.
Yeah, well, see, you got the luxury of being able to pass. And sometimes you'll hear things that you weren't supposed to hear. Unlike a black person, for example, who doesn't, you know? So there may be an advantage to that. Thank you, our undercover Jew, Ethan. And we'll go to Steve, followed by Alex, and then Barang will get the last word. Steve?
Yeah, Gary, I got probably a little different take on it. I think there's two major components at play here. I think number one, and this isn't so much just a Jewish, but a cultural. As morality breaks down, I think violence becomes more prevalent, because I think the underlying structure of right and wrong being removed gives people more of a feeling of freedom to commit horrific acts. So I think that's one component to it. Specifically, though, I think this hatred's probably the oldest one that exists on the face of the earth. And I think it probably goes back to the tents of Abraham with Hagar and Sarah, Ishmael and Isaac. And I think there's the genesis of it. And I think it's carried on ever since then. And then that's basically my take on it, Gary.
Well, I can't tell you that I was disinvited from an Easter dinner table by a Roman Catholic family. The daughter invited me because I was alone. My family was, they were winter Texans, so my parents were in Texas, and I was working. I worked Easter Sunday to allow one of my Christian friends to have the day off. I worked an extra day that week, and I was invited to their
Where did you work in South Texas?
No, I didn't work in South Texas.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, I said my parents were down in the Rio Grande Valley. So it was, so the young lady said, what are you doing on Easter Sunday? And I said, I'll stop by someplace, grab a bite to eat. No, come down. And when the father found out that there was a Jew at the table, you killed our Savior. You invited, he says to the young lady, you invited a Jew on Easter Day, and they killed our Savior, Jesus Christ. And I was ordered out of the house. She was mortified, and her mother was mortified. But I said, no, that's okay. It's his house. It's his dinner table, and he has the right to determine who sits at his dinner table. And I took my leave, but it's that kind of thing. Alex, followed by Barang. Alex going once. Alex going twice. Barang, you get the last word.
Yeah, hi Gary. I think tragedy. Are Jews safe anywhere? I think I think Jewish people need to be careful. I think they need to know their neighbors. I think they need to connect with the people that live close by. As unfortunate as it is, I think once you connect in personal level with folks, things becomes very different. I grew up in a place with 20 to 30% Jewish population, a small northern enclave in Northern California. Well, I shouldn't say grew up. I went for 8th grade or a middle school and high school. And my best friends are Jewish. My best friend married my wife and I, and he's Jewish. It was the person who married us. So I think it depends on where they live and people that surround them. One thing that I'm going to say, and I think it's a trap that everyone needs to be careful of, and I'm not saying it happened in this room, but in other places I hear it here and there, is we have to be careful not to fall into a narrative of this war of civilizations, because it's very dangerous.
That was not articulated here all day, not once.
Okay, yeah, not here, but I hear it in the news, and I think we have to treat this as a terrorism by terrorists, sick individuals that need to be punished. And I think the guy, they had some information on him from 2019
Today.
2009. I'm sorry. Okay. So they had some information on him in 2019 that the guy, the son, the 24-year-old that was born in Australia, he had some radical tendencies. They didn't do anything about it. So that I'll just leave it to that. We just need to be treat this not as one group of people against another group of people, or demonize a group for acts of terrorism and violence, because that's a very slippery slope that we don't want to go down that road.
Except if there are groups that are formed for that specific purpose, then it's not a slippery slope. I think you're referring to religions, and I think you're correct to refer to religions in that respect.
That's exactly what I'm referring to, yes.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to give you a chance to clarify that. My next door neighbors are fundamentalist Christians, and they took a moment to send me a note of condolence over what happened in Australia, and to wish me a happy Hanukkah. I thought that was beautiful.
I don't think anyone in their right mind would not send the condolence to a Jewish friend or a family or a neighbor. Gunning down people at their festivity, I mean, that's as evil and messed up as it gets. So
it is. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For our next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Peace out, Habibi.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low.
Oh, I thought we were going to become regulars.
Regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas, Pacific swoon.
Oh, so can
Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis, 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one
Somebody's interest to take him out before that can happen. Because now that he's dead, we know there is look no further here when it comes to the financials of TPUSA. Right, so this is what we should look at all parties that could benefit from that too, right? So it's not just I want to look at all parties. Right, I would think that the left or the deep state would have more to gain from this. How does the left gain financially from Charlie Kirk's death? It's not really about the finances. It's really more about you were the one that brought up the money. We're trying to keep it out. Let's keep it all accountable. The money part. When I mentioned the money part, I was saying that I think Candace is the one that wants the access to the money. That's why she's upset. And then she's making, according to Rockford Peoria, she's making $500,000 an episode. She still loves the crown. She wants the crown. She wants to be in charge of the whole You should listen to her last. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Cosmike. Thank you. Let's go to AB. Go ahead, and then we're gonna get back to watching the show.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to be far-fetched, but you know who else had pretty strong motive to shoot Charlie Kirk? Let's say somebody who was upset by his constant correct rhetoric against the trans ideology, including leading right up to the very second. The last question that he ever answered his entire life was about that. And not only that, all those other categories, all those other categories of potential suspects don't have someone with DNA on the actual murder weapon. And, parents who drove in a way that was nobody had a relationship with a The fact is that he delivered a speech about anti-trans from Charlie did, and that was the last question he answered up to the millisecond that he was shot. And all those other categories of people, TPUSA, financial depravity of Israel, none of them have DNA. None of them have DNA on the murder weapon or on the blanket that was covering the murder weapon.
Was it really beneficial? Did they really gain? Okay, let's just run with your scenario here and say that it was a pro-trans shooter. What did they gain from the death of Charlie Kirk? Backlash?
The question is what they
increased policy that enforced domestic terrorism across the country. What exactly did they gain when you compare it to the financial gain and the increased visibility that Turning Point had in the wake of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, you could definitely ask the same about Israel or financial depravity, all those questions are being raised. But what they think they gained, right? Why does anyone try to shut up anyone else whose conversation they don't like? To shut that person up. Shut that person up.
And now pro-Israel.
Correct. And now, hold on. You're logical.
You brought it up. I'm going to address it. Okay? The difference is that Charlie Kirk is dead, and now pro-Israel propaganda is emanating from TPUSA in the
trans ideology, not trans propaganda. So again, there's a huge distinction as far as who benefits what in the wake of Charlie Kirk.
You think from an ideological perspective, I just want to just say how people's brains get twisted. You think from an ideological perspective, it made more sense for somebody who tweeted on the day before he was died that Islam is the sword that the left uses to attack America. That person and the groups that agree with that have more motive to kill him than the trans people who railed against his highway.
Are you asserting that the trans furry lover is Islam?
No, I'm asserting.
Why would you bring that up?
I'm bringing up. I'm going to answer your question. I'm bringing up about a dozen other groups that have infinitely more motivation to kill a guy than a guy who was a lifelong pro-Jewish advocate, anti-Islam advocate, and pro-Israel advocate.
When it comes to motive, right? There's clear, distinguishable, very evident, and it's in the results, right? As to who had a lot to gain from his death. I would argue, right, that the GOP itself, right, the Republican Party, the GOP, the current administration, since they're Republicans, the state of Israel, right, the individuals at the highest level at Turning Point, they all had a lot to gain from Charlie Kirk's death. Why? From control of his organization, right? From the money that outpoured in the wake, from the propaganda and the messaging of a martyr's death, right? That we saw. There are clear, evident benefits. I'm not saying that they're the result of some conspiracy. Okay, I'm just saying, look at the results. There are clear benefits for the organizations that I named, right? So it's not just Israel that benefited. It's not just Republicans. It's not just Turning Point. It's not just Erica Kirk, right? There are a lot of people who gained monetarily, clout, status, and obscurity if they wanted it, right, from his demise. So, I mean, it just is what it is.
The person who has gained the most clout, by far, by orders of magnitude, by ratings, is Candace Owens. There's Candace Owens. Every other group you mentioned has suffered in the wake. Republicans, Israel people have suffered in the wake.
Because of their behavior.
The deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11. not dislike the six sense objects. Not disliking the six sense objects turns out equal to perfect awakenness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference.
So doing your budget,
Do not seek the true, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in dual views. Be careful not to pursue. Open eyes, flames running and wrong as if we light lost and confused.
Is the dog straight away? No.
Is the source of the two.
If you think your child may
The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sinks. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contained in innumerable forms. Do not different shall be coarse and fine, and you will not be for or against. The great way is all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt, now in haste and too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray. Letting go leads to spontaneity. Since now becomes nor abides. Accord your nature with the way and go free of troubles. Better thinking strays from the real, it darkens, sinks and spoils. To weary the spirit is not good, of what use are strange and familiar. In following the only evil, do not dislike the six sense objects. Not dislinking the six sense objects turns out equal to perfect wickedness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different, ignorance leads to preference. The best way, not the figure. It only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you wanted to appear, do not be Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against loathing makes the mind sick, not knowing the meaning. It is useless to quiet thought.
Fucking God. Motherfucking God.
This is not the faith in the ordinary sense. It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience. A faith which arises out of supreme knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment. This believing is an affirmation that all existence or reality is essentially the Buddha mind, which is our true nature. Hastening is the conviction that at the bottom of all phenomena lies the one mind, the Buddha mind, which is one with our real nature, the Buddha nature. Hastening literally means heart. It means mind, not the deluded mind of the ignorant, but the Buddha mind. Hastening is the mind that merges with the all-encompassing one mind. Hi guys! Ming literally means inscription. It means written expression or record. Ming also means warnings or admonition. Hastening Ming is one of the earliest and most influential Zen writings. It is usually referred to as the first Zen poem. It consists of 140 unrhymed, 4 carried 1 verses 2 tautophistic 4 characters. Hastening Ming was composed in Shi 4/4. Shi was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Otis 5. Like the early Shi, the Hasin Ming consists of lines that are 4 characters in length. But contrary to most Shi, no end rhyme is employed in the poem. Means belief or faith. This is not the faith in the ordinary sense. It
Nice.
The Buddha mind, which is one with our real nature, the Buddha nature. Nation literally means heart. It means mind, not the deluded mind of the ignorant, but the Buddha mind. Haitian is the mind that merged with the all-encompassing one. Ning literally means inscription. It means written expression or record. Ning also means warnings or admonitions. Haitian Ning is one of the earliest and most influential Zen writers. It is usually referred to as the first Zen poem. It consists of 4 finely 6 unrhymed, 4-character 1 verses 2. Total system of 4 characters. Haitian Ning was composed in she-form form. She was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Oldest Fire. Like the early shit, Haitian Ming consists of lines that are 4 characters in length. But contrary to most shish, no end rhyme is employed in the poem. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst avoid the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to life be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hence, hour after hour, thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance
are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abhor the fidget babes that tease the thorn. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lest all these things in one o'erpower, time that the midnight blossom flower, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the silver star.
I've been trying to.
First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
The anti-primal triad, which is not God. This is Julius
The fidget babes that tease the thorn. Next, let the breath rhythm be easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in
currents of wind.
Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst support the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow,
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Six, on one thought securely pinned,
still every whisper of the wind.
so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention. The chosen man.
Last all these things in one o'erpower. Time that the midnight blossom flower.
The oneness is yet even in this.
My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to life be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rose afar. O brother of the silver star. Crowley, there are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, 6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as the windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. Sex on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. And still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one all-power, time as the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Brother of There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and one in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of a will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy,
6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong,
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one power. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
if thou restrain the expression true, thy glance to rapture's darkling room,
Discarding name, form, sight and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce through the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Crowley, there are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Course rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that thy being be in tune with the great seas, Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless calm. Fourth, let the will to be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance,
hour after hour thy vigilance,
intense and keen, turned inward midst no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pent still, every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong.
slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last all these things in one or power.
Time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
Cold frigid thus thou mayst aboard the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon.
Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned in
life is truly a taste of God, for it is God.
He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. Died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man.
each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have You can lose